Sapling! Sapling! How is it going today? Good to see you. Let's see. Is the text clearly readable? I finally decided to add a text box to these things. Seems like it. Yeah, I'm sorry. But it's how I make over $2 a month. Sapling, how is it going? What does that mean? I'm not sure, but I'm excited for you. Oh, you have friends. Nice. Also nice. You have anything you want me to draw today, Sapling? I'm not sure what to do today. Oh, that's annoying. You got some paper? You got a pencil? You could just work directly. Again. How are you enjoying your spring break? Where did you meet these people? How do you like my new, the new look? I should put a border around the video. I'll do that. How do you like the new look? Figured we get comments back on the screen. Yeah. Figured we'd get this to look sort of oh, what just happened? Professional again. I'm open for recommendations, by the way. I'm so happy for you that you found a new pirate crew. So what are you guys gonna do? Ooh. I haven't drawn a ship in a long time. I used to draw a ton of ships. What should we draw? Classic sailing frigate. A is for arson. Hey, Callie! Are you going to commit arson, Callie? No crime. Crime is super cool, but totally you shouldn't do it. What brought on this desire? D is for don't you dare commit arson and become super cool. Nobody wants to be cool. Following the rules, that's what's really well liked. You've gone mad, Sapling. You've gone mad with power. Sapling. Which country would you set on fire? Italy or France? Nobody picks Italy. Golly, you monster. And then France. Then Italy, what remains of France will set Italy on fire. False flag, false. Please do. Also, like, I have the power to stop that sapling. Not that I would want to. Callie, by the way, you like new look? You like new look? I should put a border around the camera. I'll do that another tomorrow. We can finally start uploading these to YouTube again. Should have been doing that all along, but you know, I didn't. Of course you can, Callie. Of course you can. It's just in the pit of ultimate despair. That's where you'll get your free one. Genius. Because nobody can take down a Russian like a Russian. Don't you know that all... or a Ukrainian, as we found out very quickly. Exactly. Exactly. That's okay, Sap. Don't abuse your mod powers. Is my voice particularly silky right now? I find it gets this way when I drink smoothies. Oh. Don't abuse your mod power. You know, this is fun. Thank you for... I forgot how much I like drawing ships. I used to draw ships quite a lot. That was one of the big subjects I would focus on. And I got kind of obsessed with trying to get anatomy to look good, and then... Yaharg! Pirates. Pirates of pirates and pirate life. The pirate way of doing things, yaharg. I'm just talking normal. Just talking normal like a normal person. Don't know what you be talking about. Just talk. So, Callie, what have you got going on with yourself today? That's fine. Oh, cool. Can you build a boat in Minecraft? Or Minecraft? Why can you build a prop pirate ship? I can't stop doing it. I'm sorry. You know, one thing I never really talk about on here is I do have actually a particular fascination with sailing and ships. Hmm. Be a schooner. Sure. So then send it to me over Discord. Yeah. That's not hard at all to do. Oh, I love me some Treasure Planet. Do you like that movie? Have you seen that? You've seen that movie, right, Sapling? You've seen Treasure Planet. You've seen Treasure Planet, right? Oh, you've never seen Treasure Planet? It's a good movie. I think at least. Ah. El Capitán. Does it? me straight. This was a better one. And it has different like masts than. This feels so much. I like the new look. I like the new setup here. It feels so much more professional. Feels like I'm an actual streamer. Schooner. Schooner. Yeah, there we go. That's how it looks. That's a good backstory. Cool. Cute. Cute. Moth of the Pharisees. Okay. Okay. I'm excited. I'm excited. The captain approaches. What song? What voice was that? The captain, he approaches. Slowly but surely. How dare he? How dare he work? Yeah, I'm about to. You know, not to bring it up or nothing, but I am about to hit 700 followers. Thank you. About to. I'm six away. I know. You know what's so frustrating, Sapling? And I'll tell you this. I actually routinely get about 6 or 7 people into this room, but it usually takes about an hour or two. It takes about 2 hours to get them into this room. And by that, it weighs so heavily, like the one person just being in here, that it totally screws up, like even just like half an hour with just nobody in the room, and then like 4 or 5 hours where I have like 6 or 7 people in here. That the first little part weighs so heavily that it screws up my average rating so much. Because I have like I could show you my summaries and stuff about when I get into it, and it's like, I look at my summaries and stuff all the time, and it's so frustrating because it's like, it's like 1, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12, and then it's like, well, that's an average of 2 people. And it's like, but I had like 6 people in this room for like 2 hours, for 3 hours. Does that not count for anything? What really needs to get fixed is I need to get people in here sooner. It does. I guess. I mean, I've thought about I have some ideas. Well, the problem is I do that anyways. The problem is I just do. Oftentimes I don't have any ideas for what to draw on, so I'm like, does anybody have any ideas? I'm just too generous. Yeah, I guess. Should I just say it drawing? Should I just say it in the title, I'm drawing viewer suggestions? Well, for friends, I tend to show. For people who I really like, I tend to show up try and show up for every one of their streams. Yeah, that's a good idea. Wow, well, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. You and me? Of course, 100%. Yeah, of course, no. Oh, yeah. Yeah, lag does suck. Screw lag. Oh, do you? I don't think that one's on. Thank you. Okay. Now, what are the additions to this? What's the name of the ship again? What's the ship's name again? The Sanguine Rose. Have you guys decided on a Jolly Roger? The Sanguine Rose. The Sanguine Rose. Little history fact for people. There was no like accepted like pirate designation, and each ship designed their own flag. Real Jolly Rogers. There's actually only 2 surviving ones. Okay, oh, there's enough. The 2 surviving the only 2 surviving actual Jolly Rogers used by real pirates. Just wanted to tweet these out. Okay. Okay, so Sapling, I'm going to give you a little lesson here. I'm going to give you a little lesson here. Okay, think you can handle it? Yes. On the particularities of flag design. Do you have like a ruler near you? You can kind of you can kind of, yeah, it's okay if you don't, but it's easier if you have a ruler. Okay, okay. Make a rectangle 2 inches by 1 inch. Like, you want it this big and this wide about. Possibly a little wider. About this big and about this wide. You guys got that? Okay. Now, I want you to design your flag in that small space only. That's the space where you can design your flag. One second. I need to just... Because when it's up, when it's like flying in the air, that's all you're going to really be able to see. That's pretty much the equivalent distance. So it needs to work on like an incredibly small space. So like, no, that's fine. Whatever you want. You just, it has to look good in like a space about this big. Okay, we can do that. Opus! I've been meaning to message you. So good to see you. Oh right, Sapling, you haven't met Opus yet. I feel like you two would get along. How's it going, Ope? Open Gangnam Style. Who have you rendered specially? Aw, that's great. I'm so happy to hear that. I have been meaning to message you about something. I could work. Oh yeah. I mean, we can talk. I've had some ideas for the campaign. So I've been playing around in my head for a while about trying to organize some stuff. And one idea I've had for a long time is I'd like to experiment with doing two-person D&D, see how that works. Or like two, or like small party D&D games. Yeah, we could do two people or mano a mano. Because I had an idea, it would be fun to give, before we gather it all into a big party, is to give everybody some solo adventure. Like, we spend like one session or so playing the character, like each character's background, like backstory. Like, we go through their life up to, we like do like kind of a montage of their life up to that point, up to the point where they start going adventuring, is the idea I've had. I'm thinking, have you ever played Fallout 3? No problem, Seth. If this makes sense. If I've been reading how to do, because I always think one problem with D&D is, well, it's like you don't. Does that make sense? So like you get to actually play there and. Oh my God! Oh well, if you want to play tester, I'm 100% up for doing it. Well, if you. I do try and pace these out a little bit, but occasionally it just. I put some links for the Ukraine situation in the Ukraine to help out. If anybody's curious and if anybody wants to donate, these are some good vetted organizations that will directly help. Run mostly by Ukrainians. I was specifically looking for Ukrainian-run charities because they'll understand the situation. They'll understand how to deal with the people better. Oh, yeah, no problem whatsoever. Whatever you want, Opus. I'm up for anything. I'm just saying, if you want, if you need a playtester, I'm totally up for it. All right. Yeah, that's a trick I remember. So, and I do like being a VIP. Anyways. But what do you think of that idea I had? Like trying like some two-player stuff or two-player or even one-player stuff. Because I'm trying to think of a way to like create more not oh, cool. You have a I love it. Tell me about. It's hilarious. Well, they got 2 of the 3 words correct. What's funny? My D&D game, we spent a good long time trying to convince last week trying to convince guards of a fortress to let us in, because I kept saying I kept saying like, I want to bring my mother in there. Her wish is to die in this particular fortress. What is GP? I don't know. How much is it? What currency is that? Gold pieces? Well, the U.S. has long since abandoned the gold standard. So, but how much is? Let's see. How much is gold per pound? How much is a pound of gold now? Gold per pound. Really? How much is D&D gold in dollars? Okay, according to Reddit, okay, according to the D&D wiki, okay, we actually have a conversion table here. Okay. One gold piece is worth $12.60, and 12.6 cents. $12.06 is apparently the accepted conversion stature. According to this very detailed wiki. So that means how much does a pound of gold cost? If we work out actual conversion rates, a pound of gold currently costs, wow, $19,991. Pretty good. Gold's pretty high up right now. So, if we want to work it out actually, how much in-universe does, how much does a gold piece weigh in D&D? In D&D. Not in D&T, in D&D. Okay, so it weighs 11 grams 5 ounces. How many grams in a pound? Okay, so 553 point. Okay, so this is some very basic math here. 453. Divided by there's 39 gold pieces. No, that's, what am I doing wrong here? I'm very tempted to call my mom to help me figure this out because she has a math degree. So well, now I'm trying to figure out what it actually is in reality. So it's there's 11 grams. It's 11.5 grams. There's 453 grams. There's 453.592 grams, and according to Dungeons Wiki, a gold piece is 11.5 grams. And the... Oh, no, wait, that was important. Oh, that was important. Right, I know what the step I have to do now. Ah, stupid. $39.444. Yes, you will. I'm going to figure this out. So it's... According to my math, and I probably did everything wrong, at current market value right now, it's $59. If you... In the actual real world, it would be about $59, according to my very suspect math. Okay, so... Oh, I was just trying to approximate what it was in the real world, what it would actually be in the real world. So... So, the current value of gold is $19,091.99 a pound. There is a single gold piece, according to D&D lore, is 11.5 grams. 1 pound equals 453.59 grams. So you would need... So a way to think of this is you would need let's just say it's 400. You would need 453 gold pieces to equal a pound. No, you would need oh my God. I'm gonna message my mom. Hey, Mom. We we have a math problem we need solved. Okay. So. Okay, one second. Hey. So I'm gonna give you the relevant numbers here. We're trying to figure out.
To write them down, or they?
Probably. Probably. There's a lot of.
Okay, so I'm going to get a pencil.
Yeah.
For me, I'm good. I have that whole little pile. Okay, thanks. Okay, Sean, I'm ready.
Okay. We're trying to figure out. This is goofy, but we're trying to figure out how much a D&D gold piece would cost in the real world in dollars.
Okay.
So, the current value of gold right now is 19,091.99 a pound.
1991.99.
Okay. A gold piece is 11.5 grams.
All right.
And there are 53.59 grams in a pound.
Okay.
So how much is a gold piece worth in American dollars?
Okay, gold is 1991.99 an ounce. Is that what you said?
A gram.
A gram.
Oh no, a pound. That's how much it costs a pound.
I think it's an ounce.
No,
But that's about what I got for my. 7.5 grams. What was that, Sean?
How much is a pound of gold worth? Let's see. Well, each website gives slightly different definitions. Oh, you are right. It is. This says 23,656.
Not 2,300.
2,300, right? Yeah. Sorry. 23,656.
Oh, well, that is 1,000. 23,656 for
a pound of gold.
A pound.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to know how much a pound is worth?
No, we already have that. What we want to know is how much a gold coin. How much would 11.5 grams be worth?
Okay, you know how much a pound is worth.
Yes.
And you want to know how much 11.5 grams would be.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Okay. She'll get back to us. That was my mom. She is. She's very sweet. I don't know if I've told you. My dad's currently in the hospital right now. That's how I knew she'd be up, because she's with him at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's good that he's there. It's good that he's there. I'm happy. I'm happy that he finally went, because it was, because he didn't want to go for a while, and I was creating all the tension. He was scared, and that's a very human reaction, to be scared to go to the hospital. I think everybody else shames it. I'm like, no, it's just a basic human reaction. It's like you don't want to confirm anything's wrong with you, because it could still just go away in a day or two. He had food poisoning is the deal. And the food poison. Yeah, exactly. Like, and I don't think people should be shamed for like having very honest reactions to very scary things. Oh no, you mean this thing that defines my whole life, and if I don't have it, will somehow, will cause me not to have food or shelter? You mean that's a little bit pressure? That's a little bit scary to think of? No, I wonder why people are afraid to think of stuff like that. Don't know. I do have to say, this website that I went to, I think is a scam. Because the first place I went to says that, like, super undersold it. Said it was 19,000, where it's more like 20,000. It said it was 1,900, where it's actually like 20,000. That's a scam website right there. Yeah. It's the same, like, there's some like sci-fi and stuff that, like, it's Star Trek. Star Trek has this weird thing about this. And I think, okay. Oop. Hey.
Hey, Sean.
Hey.
Do those numbers have to be exactly yours, because it gives up today's spot gold price is $64.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Use the best numbers you have.
Okay, good. So today it's $64.28 per gram.
Okay.
So it's $64.28 per gram.
Okay.
And you want to know how much 11.5 grams is.
Yeah.
So I just multiply 11.5 times 64.
Yeah.
0.28, and that gives you 789.22.
Okay. So it's 789?
Yeah, $789.22.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Mom.
Okay, bye.
Bye. So did you hear that? It would be today's standards, it would be $789. You know what? I'm going to say that flexed also would work well for what you just did. How much gold did you give him? So, $789. That's oh well, that's probably commendable. Yeah, they paid 7,000. They paid 7,000 for those fish. About $7,000 for fish. Yeah, my mom has a bachelor's in math, so she knows. I always call her if I have like a math issue, because oh, well, don't make them bad. Make them like an honest, like Eddie, like kind of a rip-off sort of guy. You know what I mean? Like make them make them kind of like a scam artist with a heart of gold. You know, mind slaved. I mean, that's a pretty funny moment. Like, does the character know how much they paid? Like have. That's a pretty funny moment. Like the character, it's like, yeah, I got these fish, pretty good deal. Like, I got these fish, pretty good deal. I paid like 9 gold pieces for it, and like the other character's like, wait, let me see those. You paid 9 gold pieces for that? It's like, yeah, that's like $7,000. Is that a lot? Yes, that's a lot of money. These are worth like 100. I think it'll be like a good character moment. Is it kind of like a time warp scenario? Did they get like trapped in the modern day? That's a fun idea. I've yeah. I've had an idea. One second. My pants are right up. I'm just gonna readjust them. What? I've had I've had an idea. I've been playing in my head for a while with an idea. I've had two at least recently. It's kind of a book idea, but I also think it'd be a really fun, like, campaign idea. It would be a modern day set thing. I think I might. Well, when you hear the idea, it'd be pretty easy to like do a campaign and do a book. Because you can just like do different characters. So the basic idea is it takes place in like the modern day, but like fantasy things are still a problem. So what's arisen is essentially like an Uber or a Postmates, but for fantasy heroes. So it's like you download the app and anybody can sign up, and you get jobs and you get a job fighting monster. You get a job like doing heroic quests through the app. Right? That's a fun idea. There is a modern day homebrew there is a modern day like D&D thing that I have where like you can create characters in the modern day for D&D. But wouldn't that be a fun idea? Welcome to adventure. Ding. It would be. That sounds like a very fun campaign. Have you ever... Opus, have you ever seen a movie called Wolfwalkers? Well, one, I recommend it heartily, but it has sort of a similar idea, isn't it? Well, you'll see. Not exactly your idea, but... Oh, we'll just watch the trailer.
Wolf, wolf, hunt them far and yonder.
The forest is brimming with wolves. It's my job to hunt them down, not yours.
But we could hunt them together. Wolves, bears, dragons even.
She's one of them wolf walkers.
Wolf walkers.
The ones that can talk to wolves with some wild magic.
You can come out now. We can smell ya, you stink. You're a wolf walker. You're a wolf when you sleep. What? A girl when you're awake. Robin, something's happened to me. Yeah, I can see that. It's flippin' great. You're a wolf now. Be a wolf. The woods are getting smaller every day.
These wolves, they're just beasts.
Tonight we put an end to this.
I promise your mother I'd keep you safe.
I have to help her. You have to leave. No way. I scared him off.
I almost forget how good it. Like every time I watch this, it looks so good. Yeah, does it look good? I kind of figured you would be. Have you ever seen have you ever seen? They made two other movies, The Book of Kells and Song of the Sea. Are there two other movies that the studio has made? Yeah. Oh, you're gonna love this then. It's really good. Yeah. Well, being a definitely being as it's about Irish. It's a movie based on Irish mythology, so it's definitely like brimming with that sort of stuff. What should we draw, Opus? I was drawing a ship for Sapling, but it seems like Sapling has gone to bed, which is good. One second. I'm gonna something. Haha! Much better. I put some pajama pants on. Screw jeans. Stretchy pants all comfortable pants all the way. Yeah. Oh yeah, I can't recommend like Cartoon Saloon stuff enough. I feel. I don't think I have. Why don't you give me something? Why don't I show you just one more and then...
I have lived through many ages.
This is their first one.
I have seen suffering in the darkness. Yet, I have seen beauty thrive in the most fragile of places. I have seen the book that turned darkness into light. Hello?
We have one day before the Vikings attack Kells.
You must go where I cannot. Pangerbon, Pangerbon, Nils a sail struck you. Is ni beben björn, och shall björn.
Secret of the Cows. Anyways. You must go. There. You're giving me a challenge. I love it. Hey, why didn't you pop up? Huh. Weird. You, where I 10 times TV! Hello, hello, how are you? Good to see you, buddy. This is probably a reasonable hour for you once. Broken. If give you a piece of advice, follow 10 here. Absolutely fantastic artist. I'm thinking of how to do this. You got big news, 10? Let's go. Oh, let me put some music back on. I was showing some videos. I always forget to put the music back on after I show some videos. Nice! Congratulations! You deserve it, buddy. Glad I could help. Yeah, no. Get prepared to become a billionaire now. You're gonna make so much money. So much money. I'm just thinking of how to do the thing you challenged me to open this because I want to. So you gonna do anything to celebrate? Have you designed your own emotes? Yeah, you procrastinate on stuff like that. Well, Opus here challenged me to draw a scene from a description, so that's what I'm doing. Personify a scene from a description. Oh, make into a person. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. That's not what I was going to do, but I can do that. I drew this earlier. I'm better at drawing people. I'm better at drawing people, Opus. How much should I reference? As much as I can. I mean, I can draw without references, but it's just easier to draw with references. And there's nothing really wrong with using references in my thought process. Yeah. Yeah, no, but it's like, I don't know, there's a certain contingent of artists out there who are kind of freaking villain of my life autocorrect. Also saves me a ton, but also the villain. There is a contingent of online people who are out there who are like, never use references ever. Jessica? References are Jessica. So what kind of got me was, it was a very serene setting, like a very serene thing. But in the middle of it was like, the setting was very serene, but there was the chaos of the kids playing with the chaos of the kids playing with the puppy. So that's what I'm trying to think. I just dropped my pencil, by the way. That was, if you heard that sound. So, like, sometimes I kind of struggle with, like, very fantastical, like, things. 'Cause I is my problem a little bit, like... So, 10, by the way, did you fill out the tax info? That always trips people up when they have to fill out the tax info. Takes a while, doesn't it? Yeah, no, it took me all day to... I actually had to call my dad to help me fill it out when I got affiliate, and it took me pretty much all day to fill it out. Because it's like actual, like, you have to, like, in the US at least, you have to sign an I-9 and stuff like that, and you're registered as a... I think I'm technically considered a freelancer. I think I'm registered as a freelancer for Twitch. Freelancer is like an employee, but they have no obligation to give you health care or... Yeah, no dental. Yeah. Well, I assume it's very different for each country. By the way, I know for a fact that you guys want to learn something interesting? I know for a fact that part of the contract that they make you sign is illegal, and they can't force you to do some of it. Yeah. There's a section where they say you're not allowed to discuss how much money you make from ads. Like you're not. Yes. Yes. There's a section where they say you're not allowed to discuss how much money you make from Twitch, and specifically from ads. Yeah. So that's illegal. That's not I looked this up very specifically. It's the Fair Labor Act, at least in the U.S., the Fair Labor Act of 1942, Section 9, I believe. That's incredibly illegal to do that. That is a big no-no. That is a classic way companies kind of screw you over. But trust me, we make billions of dollars on Twitch. Twitch affiliate, it makes you billions of dollars. They pay you so much money. Well, you don't really get an option. The two options are, if I remember correctly, it's not so much are pre-roll ads or mid-roll ads, pretty much. You can run ads before your stream or run ads in the middle of, yes. Or in the middle of your stream, or it'll pop up once every like 2 hours in your stream or something. And I did it. I tried it both ways, and people, my channel preferred it to just have one ad running during the beginning, right before the stream, and then running ads anytime I need to take just a little. I take a break was the preferred method of doing it. And by that I mean, like when you're going to the restroom or you're going to get a drink or something, or you just run an ad. Nobody will care. Nobody will care if you do that. But people did not like mid-roll ads. I kept them on for about a week and everybody complained about them, so I took them off. Yeah. I mean, it's time they wouldn't be getting it, people wouldn't be getting anyways from you. So it's not like that it matters. Because otherwise they would just be seeing a blank screen, so. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. That was the problem with mid-roll ads, essentially, was that people were missing stuff. I mean, I was making more money with mid-roll ads, but not like that much more to really justify keeping them on. I was like making, I can't tell you how much I was making. $5 or barely enough, like I was making fractions of a cent more, so the cash wasn't really justifying it. And I came out with I came out with a better. That's a good point. I probably should do that. Like incentive system almost immediately. I do have to drive subscribers, and I'll probably bring that back at some point. The problem is it really cluttered up my UI for a while, so I need to think of a better way of doing it. Yes. I love it. I love it so much. My favorite type of eraser. Although it does attract hairs like crazy. They are very fun. Aren't they fun? Oh, it's just like a normal eraser, but the key detail to these are you can make them as big or as small as you want, pretty much. See, or That's fun. Have you considered it's going on Toy Story? Remember, whenever you lose something, there's always a possibility that it's on a Toy Story. Whenever you lose whenever you lose an item, there's always a slight chance that they're on a Toy Story. So that means that they've come alive and somehow they've ended up cross country or have to save themselves. You know, a Toy Story. You never know. It could be learning lessons about adventure and it could be learning lessons about friendship right as we speak. Exactly 10. Oh, that's awesome, Opus. What did you draw today? It's a little bit like telling your kids that your dog they sent your dog to a farm, which is so crazy, you know, because you hear about that all the time. But my parents actually did send a dog to a farm. You know, it was just randomly one day they said, "Sean, we sent your dog to a farm, farm, you know, where they can run and they can play." But that is awesome. That is awesome, Opus. I'm very proud of you for doing that. I wish I could. You know, I used to just randomly sketch things, but ever since I took art more seriously, it's been hard to No. They were very honest with me. Actually, my dog didn't die until I was 14, so by that point there was no real point, and you know. I mean, you know, my tried and true advice for drawing is just to do it while you're doing other things, while you're just relaxing. So I always draw while I watch TV, and learning to do that really helped. rules. Sorry if I keep checking my phone. So I'm friendly with a podcast on here, and I made a GIF. I made a GIF for them, and it's been they tweeted it out, and it's been just getting tons of likes. So I keep wanting to just periodically check it every once in a while just to see how it's doing. I haven't. I'm probably just gonna wait till it comes out on HBO. Have you? Is it good? Please tell me it's good. It looks... How is Batman? How is the... I am too. I love Matt Reeves. I love Matt Reeves as a director. I met the director once. He was a lovely human being. So I've always been, you know, and the fact that his movies were very good was very, very nice. I love that opus. I should get into yoga. You and me both. You know what I did do a few days ago? I played pickleball. Have anybody here played pickleball? Okay. Oh, it's... it may not hit where you are yet, but it's been the big... Opus, do you play piano? It's the big new like sport that's been sweeping the country here in the U.S. It's been the thing that everybody's been playing. It's kind of like it's a bigger version of ping pong, but it's smaller than tennis. It's like the midpoint between tennis and ping pong. You can play piano. My mom is a classically trained pianist, is why I ask. And I've been learning how to play piano on and off for years. Do you ever go on YouTube? Has these there's these YouTube videos that I really like that help anytime when I'm trying to learn to play piano. It's essentially like, it's a little bit like Guitar Hero or something, where it's like a straight like line, and it's the note that you're playing is highlighted and comes up next to you, and then there's but you can also see where the notes that are about to hit, and those are so helpful. Like, those are so helpful in learning how to play piano for me. Every time I do them, I'm able to learn the songs pretty quickly. Yeah, those are really helpful. I should practice more. Yeah, they're so good. You know, I feel that putting hands in pocket is a classic, like, artist being lazy thing, but I don't think people realize how difficult it is to actually draw hands. Difficult it is to like put the hands in the pocket, like draw the arms going in the pockets. At least for me, it's quite difficult. Do. So 10, what do you got? What do you have for yourself today? Do you have work today, 10? Oh, that's cool. See, that's what's real fun about Twitch. And now that you're affiliate, you're technically earning money by working on your comic, which is part of the reason I really like it, because it's like you're earning money just by doing the things you would be doing anyways. Exactly. Exactly. No, oh yeah. Well, anything to avoid drawing fingers, I think, is the goal sometimes when you're drawing. Is like you just don't want to draw. God dang. You just don't want to draw freaking fingers. Ten, do you know the work of a comic artist by the name of Rob Liefeld? That's why I'm working on a pirate comic. It's about a group of pirates, and all of them all of them lost their hands and their legs in various pirate related disasters. Have you ever looked at his art? Because Liefeld is famously very bad at drawing feet, and he'll try and avoid it as much as possible. Oh boy, does he! Oh boy, does he have some anatomy issues. Opus. Opus. Rob Liefeld, Captain America. Look up that. I'll even. Yeah, that's a real infamous one. His Captain America. Oh, I wanted Opus to see it. Be amazed. Be amazed. I wonder if What? Is something wrong with that particular piece of art? For future reference, if people are curious. 1 second, let me show it. Okay, 10. Of course, you're going to teach your student how to do this, right? Like, this is going to be your big contribution. He's a nice guy. See, the thing is, Liefeld is in real life a total sweetheart, so it's hard to be like too mean to him because it's like, yeah. Oh, because we were talking about it, and one of Liefeld's real famous things of art is that he's bad at drawing feet. That's a well-known tendency in his art. So he tries very hard to avoid drawing feet whenever he can. Oh, well, that's why I brought him up. Tell me if this. don't remember. Oh, right, because I was joking around that I'm just trying to put her hand into her pockets is a little bit more difficult than you think it'll be. Because it's the classic sign of like an artist who doesn't want to draw fingers is just putting people's hands into pockets. Oh! Yes, I get the context now. Show. Yeah, sure. You don't think I'd want to see it? Is it of that sort of nature? Yeah, share it. If it's lavation, I won't. If it's inappropriate, I'm curious to see it, but I won't share it on screen. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I should warn people now. I'm going to be uploading these now to YouTube, so it's partly why I put the comments back on. Don't worry if like something embarrassing or something comes out, I won't upload them, but I'll only upload the ones that make people seem really, really cool. I guess I should just like give a warning now. I'm just going. Just share the page. Just share the page. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, yeah. Whispers. Do you have a link to the page? Episode 10, Tapas. It's okay. No worries. But I trust you. It was a very well designed foot. What would you say your favorite story is on there? Yeah, on Tapas. Did I ask the big question? No problem. Take your time. What are they about? Can I ask you a question? Are you aware of any female-led isekai series? Because I had a discussion a while back with somebody about how I think it's so strange that there hasn't. Yeah, I'm curious if you're aware of any isekai series about a woman or a lady. Isekai. Ooh, tell me. Because I had... Ooh, that sounds fun. The villainess flips the script. Explain that to me. What does that mean? Because I was out... Because I had a discussion with somebody a while ago, and we were discussing... Of course. But, not a truck? A bus? Did they fire Truck Kun? Did they fire Truck Kun? What did Truck Kun do? Oh, thank goodness. Yeah. You know what I want to see? I want to see a series about the person who's driving that truck. Like, what if it's the same truck every time? I want to see the person who like drives the truck that about the heroes between worlds that causes the heroes to jump worlds. What is their story? Okay, okay. Sounds perfect. Sounds perfect. It's just, I think it's so weird that there hasn't been a female-led, like, at least from what I've heard. You've meant, like, there hasn't been an isekai, like, with a female lead yet. Like, because that, like, seems such an obvious move to me. It's like, there's plenty of boys, but, like, make a lady. That sounds fun. Yeah. Oh. Wow. Yeah, well, you know, webcomics have a tendency to do that. Actually, that should be... Hiatus should be a word you should be afraid of in webcomics. I once found this webcomic. The art was so good in it. So good in it. Like, it was so beautiful, and I was... And then I read all the way through it, and I was like, okay, I read up to the end of it, and like, the author just finished like the intro to the story, and it sounded pretty fun. And then I checked it, and it's like, hasn't been updated in like 5 years. I was so mad, because I was like, oh no, this was so cute. Like, the art was so good. I have the author as a friend. And sometimes, like, especially with online projects, you gotta be comfortable in saying, yeah, I need a break from all this stuff. And, like, you know, people just gotta be accepting of that. Okay. Sounds interesting. I mean, Now thinking about it, there is one show that definitely would qualify it as as an isekai with a female protagonist. Just I guess people just wouldn't have categorized it as this. And the popularity of this show kind of proves my point that for some reason this is an untapped market. Can you guess it? Can you guess what show I'm thinking of? Oh, but you'll know this show. Well, maybe. Because they used to run it on Adult Swim constantly, like in Cartoon Network constantly, so I know. Even though I was never the biggest fan of this show, I know it pretty well. Yeah, but it's slightly older. Now, if it came out nowadays, it would be categorized as it, but it's not categorized at the time. Rhymes with. It's Inuyasha. Inuyasha. Oh, why can't I say it? Inuyasha. Inuyasha. I can't say it. I used to be able to say it perfectly. There you go. You've never seen it? I don't know. I don't know if I would categorize it as like a must-watch show, but it's. What, you've never been at 3 a.m. watching Cartoon Network where it comes on constantly? That's how I saw like 30 episodes of it, even though I was not a fan of the show. It's not terrible. It's just very repetitive. But it's also a show that was incredibly popular. I just saw somebody make a claim, and I'm almost certain that I just saw somebody post. No, they didn't make the claim themselves. They just posted a very bad one. But somebody else did it, I'm almost certain. They're wrong. Interesting. Okay, so somebody on Twitter just made a take that Hitler never I have to word this correctly. Someone on Twitter just made a take. Everybody's kind of roasting him for this, and then as they should. That Hitler, unlike Putin, Hitler never consorted with criminals, and that makes Hitler better as a civic leader than Putin. Well, that's certainly a take. It is. So, if you never study fascism, one of the most common tactics fascists will use is to recruit criminal gangs into their organization as muscle. Like, that's a very common tactic. I would say almost every fascist takeover will do some form of that. And my reading on this, because I was curious if, like, what was crime like under Nazi Germany, and I've found some interesting things. One, according to statistics, and these are very biased statistics, 'cause in a second you'll find it, because they are provided by Nazi Germany, crime went down. But the problem with these statistics is, one, they're from fucking Nazi Germany. Of course they're going to say the crime went down. Two, the definition of crime is being communist or being Jewish or a German and a Jewish person having relations with each other. So that's the type of crime that went down, crime. So that's nonsense. But according to a few articles I read, there was actually organized crime in Nazi Germany. It's just they had to act in secret because they didn't want to, get sent. But it seems like, so it's really hard to figure this out. I mean, whatever you know, but whatever your definition of civic value is, Hitler did not fit it. I know it's a stupid point. It's a real dumb point to focus on. But this has got me into an interesting, I'm kind of like trying to learn something here. Is like, what was like actual, like what did the organized like crime do during the Nazi regime? And because such a standard fascist takeover tactic is that they recruit like gangsters into they recruit organized crime into their division, like into their, because the argument a lot of people make is part of the reason why they didn't, Nazi Germany seems to have not done that, but I have real doubts because see, the problem is we only have Nazi Germany's word on all this stuff, that they didn't do that, even though we know for a fact that bribery was rampant in Nazi Germany. Which indicates to me that there was a high level of crime. Because bribery is rampant in any fascist state. That's how things... That's how you get anything done in a fascist state, is you bribe the government officials. Because fascism inspires no real nationality, you know, in its government leaders. Like, nobody thinks that they're doing anything particularly great. The government leaders do think they can make a lot of money off of it, and that's why they're there. It is a very stupid point of, but it got me interested. And one, there was definitely crime existing. Two, the reason probably that crime went down is because they did not care at all about who they were arresting. It's very easy to bring crime down when you can just arrest like 100 different people at once for any minor crime. It's very easy to go to like just, you know, if there's a crime in a building, it's very easy to just arrest the entire building. Few issues with this take. Bribery in Nazi Germany. Bribery in Nazi Germany. got me on an interesting thing. No. Oh no. The numbers he's reporting he's using are definitely from Nazi Germany themselves. And two, Hitler never needed to bother with that stuff. I've been reading a few articles. They made so much money off of looting Jewish homes. So, I was just reading into what it was. So essentially, the reason I'm reading is essentially the reason Hitler seemingly they didn't. I have zero trust that the Nazis weren't taking bribes from criminals, because there's no way. Because every other fascist organization, every other country that falls to fascism, that's almost immediately what happens. Is is they get into bed with criminal organizations, and essentially the fascist leader becomes in charge of the criminal organizations. But it's a little hard to find like concrete numbers on that because all the numbers from that time come from Nazi Germany itself. So I have zero belief. And never trust a Nazi with their numbers. But it seems the reason they think that didn't happen was because they were just making so much, was the looting of Jewish homes and businesses. And then later, when they invaded Poland, just pretty much looting all of Poland. Pretty much, it seems like every, But I was also reading that bribery was so common in Nazi Germany that there was constant jokes about it. There was even corny. They said there was there was a bunch of corny jokes that were told endlessly. They were essentially memes in Nazi Germany. In fact, there was a comedian who was sent to the concentration camp for telling a joke, a Nazi joke, a joke about this, and he said it's actually pretty funny. So apparently the joke he told was he says, so a man enters a tailor, goes to a tailor and says, I want a new suit. I want a new suit, like a new suit, a Nazi, a suit, a government suit. What? I'm trying to remember the exact wording. I want a new government suit, and he says, and the tailor goes, oh yes, and how would you like the pockets? And the man goes, open, as is the fashion of the time. I didn't totally mess up. Pretty good joke, right? There's another one. Where a government official finds a 50. I forget what it was. 50. I think it's Reinmarks. A 50 Reinmark bill on the street, and he says, I shall donate this to the cause. And his friend, who's a government official, says, they're both government officials, and his friend turns over to him and says, Why do the long way? Put it in your pocket right now. So, but what it's seeming like, and what it seems like to me, is that they didn't really need organized crime. One is, well, in many ways, the Nazis, in fact, were a gang before they got into political power. But it seems like they didn't really need organized crime because they were just wholesale looting almost everything. So that's the lesson, folks. Anyways. Oh, and funny story. One thing I was reading is apparently Hitler liked to really make himself seem like a man of the people and like, oh, you know, Hitler only makes 44,000 Reichsmarks a year. That's all he makes, and he's an honest man. But I looked into it, and apparently that was true, but what they weren't telling was that's not how Hitler really made his money. What Nazi Germany would do was like bulk buy his book Mein Kampf. Like they would buy thousands upon thousands of copies. So that's how he actually made his money. And that is a method that the Trumps have liked to use. So, anyways, so that's me going down a particular historical wormhole. I mean, what do you... Sorry. I sometimes get hyperfixated on things. Whatever you mean, like whatever people mean by like civic justice is kind of crazy. Civically better, which is weird. Oh shit! Man, I'm getting like followers on Twitter for this. How am I gonna... So what have you got planned today, Opus? So it's just partying with me. But also, I don't believe it for a second that they weren't involved with organized crime. Because mass bribery on that scale means something. Because like the joke, there were so many jokes about like how easy it was to bribe Nazi officials. Because that's what happens every. Sorry. Yeah. You just kind of let it. Exactly. Well, they were the gang. They were the gang. But I don't believe for a second, because bribery, not taking bribes usually means that people have a moral clarity, you know. And I 100% agree with you. But, you know, bribery, not taking bribes means sort of a moral clarity in what you're doing. And sorry if I'm hyper fixated on it, because that tweet just makes me mad. Don't try and say Hitler was a good. Even if you're trying to use like dark, don't say that. Oh yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, yeah, it's just like. It's just so, but I guess the looting was just so like valuable that you know, they didn't really need to bother like it. Like everything I read though says that crime returned in a big way as they started to lose the war. But it seems like crime was not a thing that was totally got rid of. Like one thing that I found really interesting, like if you like look at like more modern day something, like Putin 100% recruited like gangsters into the government. Like it's an unquestioned way he gained power is by essentially turning the underworld into like organized crime into like an arm of the Russian military, essentially. Whereas like in North Korea, you know, the black market is the economy of North Korea. There is no economy besides the black market. Like I read a book about North Korea, and essentially the only time the Kim regime was ever seriously threatened was when they tried to close down the black market from an inward fight in North Korea. Like the only time it's ever, yeah. They say that's the only real time there's ever been a serious like threat to the government is when they tried to close down the black markets. And you better believe they reopened them up soon. Because, you know, like North Korea runs on bribes, but you can more accurately call bribes what they really are in North Korea, which is taxes that you pay. You pay the government to set things up. One thing that's real interesting about North Korea is that the black market is almost totally run by women. And the reason for that is that the North Korean men must go to their appointed factory jobs, even though their factory jobs don't exist. Because they don't produce anything. So the men constantly just have to go to these terrible factory jobs that aren't real, pretty much. So, and the women are left alone, and the women are the ones who make the deals and sell everything. Yeah. That's what happens when your economy collapses. I mean, it's a good thing that the women get economic movements, but it's bad that so shoddy of an economy. And many of them bear the sieges. But yeah. So, like, that's an interest. I don't know. Well, I mean, I could tell you, it shouldn't still be a thing. It's a failed economy, and it keeps failing. Like, there's no way it can survive. They don't have food. They don't have enough food to feed their people. They don't have enough, anything really to survive. Like, it will eventually collapse, North Korea. And they've been saying this since the 90s, so, take that with a grain of salt. But the problem is North Korea just doesn't have what they need to, like, survive as a country. The reason it's there is because China needs an ally. Needs a buffer zone between the Western sympathizing South Korea and Japan and them. That's the real reason. They want it's a buffer. It's essentially a buffer state. And China provides them with massive amounts of aid for that reason. That's the only reason it's still around. And now they are also a nuclear power, so like, which means now most governments will not be willing to like dismantle them. Like why, the only reason we haven't like intervened in the Ukraine yet is because, Putin is threatening to use nuclear weapons. And, we have intervened in Ukraine. We're just not sending troops. Officially. We're sending them supplies and stuff. The problem is anybody with a I could go into detail about why North Korea is like still a concern, essentially. I have read several books about North Korea, actually, so I consider myself quite knowledgeable about this subject. Do you know that there's a form of do you know that there's a form of classism in North Korea? Oh, yes, I know. Communist society with classism. How is that supposed to be a thing? So And it follows. It doesn't matter how rich you are. It's your birth. It's who you were born to is what the classism is based on. And it all has to do with your ancestors served. If your ancestors served with Kim, the first Kim during the revolution in North Korea. And if they did, and if they acted heroically, you're placed in a higher class. And there's a specific word for it even that I don't remember right now. Because it's in Korean, I don't remember words. Sorry if I'm talking. I've been feeling bad because ever since my dad's been in the hospital, I guess I shouldn't feel bad about this because this is a very justified reaction, but ever since my dad's been in the hospital, I've been a little bit not all that focused on Twitch. Not that I should feel bad. No, I know I shouldn't feel bad about that, but let me tell you, whenever I get really like paranoid about things and like I get nervous about the future, I'm like, well, I have Twitch, and if I focus on Twitch, I can do good. If I can just focus on Twitch, I'll be fine, because I'm moving up in the world in Twitch. So it's kind of a thing where it's like, oh God, nothing's working out. Oh God, I'm not selling anything. Well, I have Twitch. If I just focus on Twitch, I'll do okay. Are you on TikTok, Opus? Don't start. I joined TikTok about 2 weeks ago. It's been fun. I like it. What do I think? I don't know if this totally fits what you said, but girl, she's wearing a scarf, she's walking, but she also has an eagle. That's the element of chaos. Am I gonna ink it? Probably not. Thank you. You know what's funny is that this is actually a pretty old sketchbook. I just found there's a bunch of blank pages in it. Like, this is what my drawing was like just like 2 or 3 years ago. This was the level I was drawing at. Look how oh, I can tell this is like from this is like about a year ago I was drawing like this. Yeah, about a year ago. That I was drawing at this level. No, 2 years. It was 2 years ago I was drawing at this level. Because you can tell, I can tell from how I was trying to like proportion the crotches. I was trying to work out because I realized like connecting the legs to the torso is always somewhat of a difficult procedure because it's you gotta there's a lot of proportion to it and stuff. And I eventually realized there's a good way to like kind of. And what I always heard is a good way to think of it is draw what their underwear would look like. Draw them wearing like. And that's kind of a good way to like think of how to do that. So for women, this basic is this. For men, it's kind of this. I don't know if you can see that. So, and the idea is basically, and then from there you can kind of proportion it correctly. Hey, that's an actual art tip I gave. There's a bunch of other tricks I know now. You tend to put men in. It is easy. It is easier. But that's kind of how you like proportion. Like that's how you kind of like figure out how to attach the crotches. And you know, it took me a while to figure out a bunch of other little tricks too. But it's true. There's truth in that joke, Opus. There's truth in that joke. Took me a bunch of other little tricks too. Like, here's the basic idea. And again, perspective, like, you know, I'm not like a master artist, but these are like just things I realize. Essentially, like what you want to do to kind of get the neck right is it's essentially it's two triangles on top of each other is what you're looking to do, or a smaller triangle and then a bigger triangle. So or like maybe even like a diamond, maybe you want to call it, and then shoulder. Bent out. This is the idea that essentially, like a real basic idea is that essentially you break everything down into kind of like shape, like simple shapes, and then you can it's easier to draw that way pretty much. You can see this right here. I tend to draw like pretty light initially just so I can make changes as needed. So and a lot of like the human body is, I guess I'm giving an art lesson here even though sure if 10, you know, 10 if you're here, if like if 10 contradicts me on anything, listen to 10. But you know, it's basically yeah, it's basically, you know, if you kind of just break it down into simple shapes, it's a lot easier. But like an interesting quirk about the human body, it's a lot of like flat triangle heads or trapezoids. You got to kind of think a little bit in trapezoid. But anyway, so the head is essentially two things. It's a circle and a trapezoid pretty much. If you think in those terms, that really helps. And the head and the circle, the head, by the way, is always a little bit bigger than, the top of the head is always bigger than like this part, because proportionally you have to think, because that's where your brain goes. And the back of the head will eventually becomes the neck, so it kind of works like this. I have something to talk about, and it's what I've... And, you know, they you know, a lot of art courses say, like, don't erase, but, you know, it's fine to erase. It's fine. You know, how are you going to get proportions and stuff right? That's why you do things in pencil. And then there's like just a lot of stuff that you kind of build up through like instinct of doing it a bunch, you know, which is the hard part of like trying to explain art to people. Is like a lot of this stuff is like, it's hard to put into words, but it's like you just do it so much that you develop like instincts for how to do it. Like one trick I always do, and again, one trick I always do, is I always like draw circles right here, because sometimes it's hard to, like a circle going this way, because sometimes it's hard to kind of picture where the arms are supposed to go, but you gotta remember your arms are like 3D spaces, so if you draw a circle going this way, it's a little bit easier to kind of put that into perspective. You know, like draw a basic shape on where everything is supposed to go first, and then, you know, you just kind of follow that. And, you know, and I say this and I go like, ugh, proportions of this arm are terrible. And again, like it's just basically going down in simple shapes. And like what I eventually learned is that kind of a lot of the human body is triangles on top of triangles. Like it's essentially if you want to like think of the human bodies, it's essentially a triangle, two triangles merging together frequently is what you should always be thinking. And like the legs are essentially how I always do it, and you know, I'm probably is essentially, I'll think of it as essentially, you know, do a triangle here, you do a triangle here, and then do another triangle here, and then boom, boom. And you get sort of realistic looking legs, you know. That's how you can kind of accurately get muscle and stuff, and then, you know, you just sort of, and I mean, the trick to a lot of this is just a constant. Oh, yeah. Okay. I had an art teacher show me how to do this with fingers. I know I say I don't like doing fingers, but this is a good way to focus on it. Make a shape. Essentially, you just make a five-sided shape, and then you can work that into fingers, and that's pretty much what fingers are. Or I do it a little bit more like this. And then that way you can sort of make it into fingers. I don't know if you can see that all that clear. Again, anyway, it's kind of fun to say. I'll talk about all the stuff that I learned. And I'm sure there's a million better artists out there who can teach these things, but you know, sometimes maybe it's good to learn from somebody from a beginner who's just improved and has figured all this stuff out for the first time, exactly what you're supposed to be doing. Because maybe for more experienced artists, it's a little hard to explain stuff that it comes naturally to them. The real problem with hands is this, and I also have this theory about hands, is that hands are incredibly expressive. Like, I would say, like, they're, in fact, maybe, like, next to, like, the face, the most expressive part of the human, like, human anatomy. You know, like, how we position our hands, you know, is, you know, can say so much. And I think that's why, but when you really look at them, if you like really look at them, they're intricate, they're detailed, you know, they move in different areas and things. So I believe a significant portion of our brain is attached to trying to figure out what the hands are saying, the same way like they're attached to figuring out what the face is saying. So, but they're small. Yeah, but there's two issues. One, our brains are very good at figuring out what hands are, but two, they're incredibly small. They're incredibly small, so we can tell very quickly what's wrong. So you have to put in so much detail and so much particularities into hands that yeah. So it's a weird thing where it's like they're so detailed, and we look at them for so much information. We get so much information from them that we can screw them up pretty easily. It is very hard, Opus. Very hard. Yeah. I should do that at some point. One time I should do a stream where it's just me drawing hands over and over again. I used to do stuff like that. I used to stay up late in the night just like practicing hands over, like hands and angle, like different, and like anatomy over and over and over again. Yeah. There's a book out there with a lot about it. Honestly, I think the best way to get over the hands thing is just to practice it. Is just to practice it obsessively, like get really good at it. Like, just get good at it. You know, just like learn the intricacies of contours of it, and then you'll be able to move from there. I mean, I still clearly have a long way to go, but, you know. I mean, two things I have to work on are my stuff is real stiff, unfortunately. Yeah. But I actually don't know this term. Is there a specific thing for yaoi hands? Oh, really? That's hilarious. It's like they're all wearing baseball gloves. That's funny. Sure, no problem. I mean, in Western comics, there's a thing called Escher girls. I didn't think it would be that bad. That's hilarious. Oh my god. I thought it would be like, you know, like kind of big, but they're huge. If you look it up, you'll see it's like the hands are like this big. It's hilarious. That's great. That's hilarious. Probably made his neck too big, but oh well. Necks are still something I struggle with. Makes you hyper fixate on something? Yeah, I do that. A lot. My life is dominated by hyperfixation. I'm like, okay, Broken. I do love spending time with you, Broken. I am always very happy to see you. Have a good night. It's not like there's a secret list in my head of. It's not like I have sort of a mental list of people in my head of like, if they show up in the stream, I'm like, oh, this will be a good stream, or oh, this will be a bad stream. No, I don't have that. And I will never reveal which ones I think. And that's because even if you are on that list, I love that. I love the people that come here still. But you're on the good list. Me too. And I'm gonna within the week finalize plans for this thing we've been talking about for a while. Trust me. I've got thoughts. I've got processes. I'll brief you it on it more later. In fact, I'm planning to work on it pretty heavily tomorrow. Is my plan. So people watching out there in YouTube land, be prepared for that. If you've managed to watch all the way 4 hours and 45 minutes into this. The neck is just too big. I knew I would screw up on that. Oh, 100%, 100%. Very excited. and we'll raise $1 million to get the Starship Goldfish on here. $10 million. No. Animation's expensive. I believe it's $1 million an episode to get Starship Goldfish. Like an episode, it's $1 million every episode. It's such a shit. I liked that show so. I like that. Anyway, get it made, dude. Get it made, or at least hire him to do other things. Cause well, when this becomes a big hit, we'll give him the funds he needs to make it. Don't let me keep you up, Opus. Sorry, you got distracted. Went out for a while, guys. I do have to go to sleep at some point. can't keep. I can't keep stay up.